Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cody Lyman with Backroads Broadcasting, joined tonight by Rock Creek's very own Xander Dick. Xander, how are you doing tonight?
Doing pretty good. How about you, Cody?
I'm doing just fine. We are here for this wonderful, beautiful day. Home matchup between the Rock Creek Mustangs and the Marysville Bulldogs. First pitch is coming here shortly. Xander, the Mustangs were in action between last broadcast and this broadcast. You want to give a recap of that?
Yes, on Tuesday, I believe, is the 15th. Yeah, the 15th. They played at Chapman as they swept the Chapman. What's their?
Fighting Irish.
The Fighting Irish, as they beat them game 1 10-0, and game 2 they beat them 18-1. As I think they took it a little, as Sieben probably told them, the Concordia loss probably, kind of hurt them a little bit. So they went into that game with something to prove, and they came out very victorious.
For sure, and as Xander mentioned, the last broadcast was between the Rock Creek Mustangs and the visiting Concordia
Panthers.
Thank you. Panthers came in undefeated on the season and wound up walking away with their first loss of the season, with Rock Creek winning that second game 4-3, losing the first one 2-1. And we're ready to get underway here. Brock Lubers is on the bump for the Mustangs, as there's first pitch high for ball 1.
As it's number 8, J.T. Becker up to hit. After him will be number 3, Grant O'Hafley.
As that's going to be just a bit high as well, so that'd be ball 2. 2-0 is your count.
As we both know, as I don't know if you believe, but I believe Brock is probably one of the most talented pitchers Mustangs have in their roster.
I would agree with that as well. Rock Creek has a very talented and very deep pitching staff. We've seen most of Brock at home. Saw him last week in that game against Concordia.
Game 2, he actually played that whole game.
Yeah, and he pitched very well. I think he finished that game
with almost 100 pitches.
Yeah,
yes.
Very close to 100 pitches. So we've seen that he can go the distance as he gets the swinging strikeout there. So that'll be out number 1 here in the top of the first inning.
As we all know, the weather, as you can probably clearly see, it's very windy today. When it comes to wind, that ball is most likely going to carry. So if these outfielders are obviously acknowledging the fact that there's wind, you're going to have to probably back up a little bit more than they probably would as a short hit can make it a little bit longer hit.
For sure, as that ball's gonna be high and inside for ball 1. Yeah, we got the wind at their backs, so that ball, if they can get it up, if the batter can get the ball up in the air, it's gonna carry. So maybe we'll see our first home run this year out here at the Rock, as that's gonna be called strike.
I feel like that'd be a little exciting.
1-1 is your count.
Up next after number 3 will be number 34, Alex Shield. A little chopper to hit the pitcher who gets it to first just in time. That'll be 2 up, 2 down so far for the Mustangs. Up next after Alex Shield will be number 17, Ty Moser.
And as Xander was just mentioning, it is kind of a windy day. It's also very hot, and that ball is going to be up and in play.
And the almost caught.
Play almost made by the catcher. And so that will be strike number 1, I believe.
Marysville.
As Xander was mentioning, is very hot. It's also hot today, and our equipment sitting directly in the sun. So it is my scoreboard is not responding to me. So the scoreboard is not, until I can get it cooled off, it might be inaccurate as we go throughout here in the early innings. Once it cools down a little bit, sun goes down a little bit, maybe our equipment will cool down a little bit, and we'll be able to have that scoreboard up for you guys.
Marysville comes into the night 5-3, as their last game they played, I believe, on Tuesday, if I have seen on Game Changer correctly. They lost to Abilene.
Swinging strike 3, and that'll be out number 3. So no runs, 3 outs here in the top of the first for the Marysville Bulldogs. Rock Creek coming up next. Welcome back to The Rock as we get underway here in the bottom of the first. Donovan DeBita is your batter for the Mustangs. And on the bump for the visiting Bulldogs is Dakota Slupionic, as that first pitch is going to be high for ball one. As I mentioned before, our setup is somewhat overheating here next to the press box in direct sunlight. So when it cools off a little bit, we should have that scoreboard back up and running for you guys. But until then, it's on the screen, but it's not going to be accurate as that ball was in the dirt for ball two. So 2-0 is your count. As that's going to be right down the middle for strike one.
Up next after Donovan DeVita, it will be number 12, Jordy Scott.
Yeah, that ball's going to be low for ball three. 3-1's your count.
Compared to what we saw last game versus the Concordia Panthers, the Mustangs are really being decisive about their pitches, which as they
That's
take a
going to
walk.
be low for ball four. So run on first to start off this game for the Mustangs offensively. Number 12 for the Mustangs, Jordy Scott. And that's going to be low for ball one. I don't know if they called a balk there.
Yeah, I was to say, I believe a balk because the runner just kind of jogged over to second base.
But you say that, but he could have obviously just been jogging over there like he was supposed to be going that way, because that's going to be foul back for strike one. 1-1's the count. You could have just been jogging over there like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be over here, so no one reacted and he got to second.
It could have been like, versus Concordia, as Devanovan did the same thing versus Concordia Panthers. They weren't paying attention at second, and he right after he handed the first base coach his stuff, he took off for second.
It's risky, but
it works sometimes.
It works sometimes. So that's going to be a ball outside for ball two. 2-1's your count.
So already the Mustangs in scoring position as a player at second. I do not believe a bunt would be necessary here as 0 outs. I believe in your freshman, Jordy Scott, to make a nice contact hit.
As the ball's going to be high for ball three. So back-to-back 3-1 counts to begin this game. Yeah, that ball's going to find the strike zone for strike two, so full count. No outs here in the bottom of the first for the Mustangs.
That'll be
it's going to be ball low. It should be ball four. Nope, they're saying 3-2 is the count now. So now it's full count. So that first pitch must have indeed been a balk. So that pitch would not have counted.
And
Coach Sieben, I think, confused and curious about the count as well. And it is confirmed. So it is a 3-2 count. No outs here in the bottom of the first. Jordy Scott up to bat for the Mustangs.
That'll be a swinging strike three. So first K on the night for number 29, Dakota
Slupionic.
Up next will be
now batting number 9, Drew Becker.
Number 9, Drew Becker, up for the Mustangs.
As many of you guys know, he is just making this will be his second game back on the roster for the Mustangs, as he was cleared to play by his doctors after recovering from his ACL. So very important for him being able to make his a comeback his senior year.
Sure as that ball is going to be fouled off, out of play for strike one.
As runner steals third.
He gets
And can't
down,
get him.
ball's over his head. Coach Sieben sends him, and he's going to be upstanding safely, and that'll be the first run of the evening for the Mustangs. So 1-0 is your score on that overthrown ball down to third. 1-1's your count, 1 out here in the bottom of the first.
Hit ball low.
Be ball 2. 2-1's your count. And it's going to be a called strike. So 2-2 is now your count. The ball is outside.
He wanted it.
He thought about it for sure. And good eye there not to swing. So 3-2, full count. 1 out, no runners on for the Mustangs. That's going to be fouled off. So your count will remain full. Way to battle there.
Marysville looking to get their second out on the inning with 1 pitch possibly.
Yeah, it's to be a chopper over to the second baseman. He fields it cleanly, gets it over to first in time, and that'll be out number 2.
Up next will be number 17, Brock Lubers. After him will be number 6,
Now batting for
Riker
Mustangs,
Zeller.
Number 17, Brock Lubers.
Also know he is the starting pitcher for the Mustangs in game 1.
So we got a pitcher-on-pitcher battle teed up here. Yeah, so it's going to be away and outside, or excuse me, low and outside for ball 1.
Be a high ball, a little bit over the zone.
2-0's count. Yeah, there's a shot out to the left center field, shallow.
Breaking it
Center
down.
fielder's under it, makes the catch. So that'll do it for us here in the bottom of the first. Mustangs are on the board first, plating 1 in the bottom of first. Keep it right here in the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to the Rock as we get underway here in the top of the second. Rock Lubers on the bump for the Mustangs in here in game 1. as it's going to be a high swinging strike. Strike one.
This is number 17, Ty Moser up to hit. Up next will be number 18, Ty Hager. Nice foul tip there by him.
So quick 0-2 count here in the top of the second. Again, we apologize about the scoreboard there. It is, our equipment's getting a little too hot as that's going to be outside for ball one. Equipment's getting a little hot here, not wanting to respond. So as soon as that cools down and I can get it to cooperate, I will get that updated for you guys. But score is 1-0 here in the top of the second in favor of the Mustangs. That's going to be a swinging strike number 3. So a quick 1 out here in the top of the second. Luber's chugging right along.
Ty Hager up to hit. Up next will be number 23, Jordan Miller. As it's 1-0 for the Mustangs going into the top of the second.
To be fouled out of play for strike number 1. Be foul ball. So that will be strike number 2. Excuse me, that was strike number 1. That was called strike 2. Ooh, just missed the zone. That would be ball 1. Excuse me, ball 2. So 2-2 is your count. Ball low. So full count here.
So far on the day, Brock Lubers has 3 Ks on the day so far, so pretty good for him. As make it 4. So 4 Ks for Lubers.
Now batting number 23, Jordan Miller.
Jordan Miller up to hit. Up next will be the pitcher for the Marysville Bulldogs. Will be number 29. Be a high ball, a little bit out of the zone. It'll be a 1-1 count. That'll be strike 2. Brock looking to get his 5th K so far. Make it 5. 5 Ks. As we're moving to the bottom of the second inning, we'll be right back with you guys.
Batting
Welcome
number
back
6,
to the Ruck
Riker
as we get
Zeller.
underway here in the bottom of the second. Number 6, Riker Zeller up for the Mustangs.
Up next will be number 15, Noah Valberg.
Sloop Leonic on the bump for the Marysville Bulldogs. He's sitting at 21 pitches as that's a breaking ball that finds the zone for strike 1. That's going to be low for ball 1, so 1-1 is your count. Mustangs looking to add to their lead. Scored 1 in the bottom of the first, as that's going to be outside for ball 2.
Another low ball into dirt. It'll be 2-1 count. Make it a 3-1 count.
That's going to be
Actually,
ball 4.
Little
So
in there.
runner on first to lead
Next
off
up for
the
Mustangs,
bottom
number
of the second.
15, Noah Valberg.
Up next after Valberg, it will be number 1, Peter Martini. Expect a steal right here. Nice solid hit by Valberg, but it sadly goes foul.
A long, pretty strike, as some might say. On 1 is your count. Runner goes. Throw down to second is not in time, so he'll be called safe. So the Mustangs with the runner in scoring position. No outs here in the bottom of the second, but a 0-2 count.
Good throw there by the catcher, just
Not in time, yeah.
it's faster running.
It's going to be a foul right back. Did you make the catch? No.
that was
almost
right
right at us.
I was thinking I was ready for it, Cody.
I thought it was going to, it had a lot of spin on it. I
Oh,
really
yeah.
thought it was going to come right back on us. I just hope you know you have to sacrifice your body for
Yeah.
this. You got to protect me, okay?
Yeah, I got you.
That's the deal. That's
Okay.
the bargain.
Yeah, I was gonna catch it, and then I seen it curve, and I was like, well,
0-2's count here. Slupionic steps off. Didn't like what that runner on second was doing. Gonna reset.
0-2 count. Nice
This would
solid
be
hit.
shot right up the middle, fielded cleanly by the second baseman, and he'll be out. But advances the runner to third base, so a scoring run just 90 feet away for the Mustangs with with 1 out here in the bottom of the second.
Almost a really good play by the pitcher. Has the line drive like almost went straight into his glove.
Yeah, I don't know if the scouting report on that particular Mustang was he hits it up the middle or not. As there's a beautiful bunt down the first
And no one's at
baseline.
first.
No one's at home to cover.
And he's safe. AP goes stealing for second. No one's at second. What a turn of events. And he's going for third. What a turn of events for the Mustangs as no one was at first and second. And no one was really at home. So what a really great events for the Mustangs as they get a player to first and they got a player to second. When do you really see a bunt to second? Not very often. That's the answer.
For sure. So to recap that, the number 1 for the Mustangs, Peter Martini, puts down a bunt, beautiful bunt first base, scoring the Mustang from third. And during the kerfuffle at home plate, he advances to second. So that's going to be called strike 1. Daniel Weisbender up for the Mustangs. So Mustangs plate 1 and have a runner in scoring position. As
Good
that's
ball
going to
in
be
the dirt.
low. Runner goes to third, makes it in time. Good stop there by the third baseman to keep the ball from going into the outfield and saves a run there. So 1-1's your count, 1 out.
Next after Daniel Weisbender will be number 4, Wyatt Wells.
As that's low and outside for ball number 2. Catcher does a good job stopping the ball there. And it's going to be a shot between first and second base. Second baseman lays out for it, can't make the play. So that'll be an RBI single for Daniel Weisbender.
Nice little
Next up for the Mustangs,
Nice little
number
shot in between
4,
first and
Wyatt
second baseman, but the second baseman just couldn't really grasp it in time. That will be put down as an infield single. As Wyatt Wells looks to advance the runner.
Yeah, it's going to be a foul back for strike number 1.
Next after Wyatt Wells will be number 18, Donovan Avita.
And as always, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never watched a broadcast with us, we like to have some conversations with our viewers as the runner gets back to first in time. So if you would, please leave down in the comments below where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and we'll give you a shout out on the broadcast. If you got any questions for us, we'd like to answer them.
Nice solid hit.
Shot down the left field line, and they're going to say that is a foul ball. From our vantage point, looks just a foul. So that'll be a long strike. So 0-2 is your count. Bob in the second. Mustangs lead 3-0.
Slupionic with 37 pitches so far tonight.
It's going to be a low breaking ball in the dirt. Catcher tries to pick him off at first, and he gets back in time.
Really caught Daniel off guard there, but luckily he was able to get back.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, as a catcher, if you're just watching, first and third and watching the base runner, if they're getting far off and they're taking a while to get back, there's a good chance you can pick them off, as that's going to swing and strike number 3. So that'll move it to 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Number 18, Donovan DeVita up for the Mustangs.
As Donovan scored the first run for the Mustangs in the first inning. As he scored off of a overthrow to third base, as he got to technically steal home, as they may call it. Looking to repeat that.
It's going to be, I believe, just a bit outside for ball number 2. Excuse me, ball 1. One of those your count. It's going to be a shot out to shallow left field. Got 3 players under it, but the left fielder makes the grab, and that'll be out number 3. So Mustangs plate 2 here in the bottom of the second. Keep it right here on the Back Roads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
Overwhelmed with receipts, invoices, payroll, and balancing your books? Keeping your financial records organized can be time-consuming and confusing. Contact Cheryl with Sunflower Consulting and Bookkeeping. She provides expert services to help your business stay on track. She ensures your books are ready for tax season, avoiding any last-minute stress. Call Cheryl for a free consultation at 785-506-4008. Reliable, professional, and affordable bookkeeping services you can count on.
Welcome back to the Rock as we get underway here in the top of the third, number 28.
Oh, that's right above.
As that's going to be a high fly ball. Catcher's under it. Can't make the play. So that will be a single. Or excuse me, that would be an error?
That'll be an error, yes.
Yes,
That
that'll
would
be
considered
an error.
Now batting number 9, Jacob Meyer.
I believe that was 29, Dakota Slupionic,
Yeah, that was.
the pitcher for the Bulldogs. Thought his jersey said 28. And I was confused because there wasn't a 28 in the program.
As Valberg just probably the wind kind of grabbed it a little bit.
Oh, yes. It definitely got a swirling kind of strong wind out here at the Rock. When it gets that high up and is up there for that long, it becomes a little bit more difficult to make the plays. That ball is going to be out of play for strike number 1. Marysville Bulldogs with the early base runner. Looking to cut into that 3-0 lead that the Mustangs have.
As Lubers has 28 pitches on the day so far.
Swinging strike there.
As he has 5 Ks in 2 innings so far, looking to probably make it maybe another 3.
0-2 is your count. No outs here in the top of the third. It's going to be fouled. Count will remain 0-2.
Looking to get a K. Go fastball down the middle.
Taking fastball down the middle
Yep.
here.
Does just that with another K. I don't know, Cody. I'm picking something up.
Are you?
I'm picking
I
up.
feel like you guess fastball down the middle, regardless of what the pitch is or what the
Yeah,
count is.
but
I mean, a broken clock is right 2 times a day, right?
yeah. We'll see. We'll see what. But I wasn't wrong though on that.
You were. I mean, you were not wrong. You're not wrong.
Brock is just really good, known for his fastballs. They're just really fast and just pretty consistent. But don't get me wrong, he has some nice curveballs and some changeups. So don't be fooled by him.
For sure. That ball was low for ball 1. Yeah, it's going to be outside for ball 2.
If the Mustangs really want a pitcher that has a really repertoire of pitches, they would probably most likely go to Cooper Sieben. As we both know, he has a really in-depth, different pitches. As probably as a slider, changeup, curveball, fastball.
And that ball's going to be outside for ball 3. 3-0 is your count. What are you thinking here?
3-0 count. I mean, as we all know, most pitchers did. They're probably going to put a fastball down the middle, just get a strike up on the board. But we could see different, and he does just that.
3-1's your
You
count.
think I count the next 2 pitches? I think we go another fastball. I mean, with
Yep.
the 3-1 count, there's no point of trying to just kind of play around with the zone.
Yep. I'm anticipating either fastball or a changeup low.
Oh, nice foul ball. Put him away,
And
fastball.
Full count.
As many of you guys know, I like to guess, like guess pitches. As I'm gonna say it again, I'm gonna go fastball. It's just you're down the count. There's no reason not to try to get a strikeout here. And does that? Bang!
So 2 outs here in the top of the third.
Now
Make
batting
that 7 Ks.
number
7.
Up for the Bulldogs, number 8, JT Becker. One of the few freshmen on the roster.
Sophomore. Oh, Marysville, sorry.
And it's going to be called strike 1.
Yeah, Marysville's roster is really more built up of,
See a lot of freshmen and sophomores on there, but then there's also quite a few seniors and juniors. So they got a good dispersion of grades represented on their team as the runner goes down the second throw.
and gets the throw just in time there and gets him out. What a
And
throw.
It's going to be out number 3, Bulldogs. Scored 0 in the top of the third. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
Why did I buy land? I bought land to have fun. Just being outdoors is great. And I never had an exact idea of what this place could be, but you're always making it to fit your life, right? To get it to where we got it to took a lot of time and it took a lot of work. Not very many people can fix up a piece of property and make it be what it's supposed to be. But it's great because we did it.
Welcome back to the Rock.
Jordy Scott.
Bottom of the third, Jordy Scott up to bat for the Mustangs. Lupionic, the pitcher for the visiting Marysville Bulldogs, setting at 41 pitches through 2 complete.
3-0 for the Mustangs, looking to score again.
It's going to be inside for ball 1. Sounds like Mustangs dugout starting to get into the game. And it's going to be breaking ball that is hit to shallow left field. Left fielder's under it, makes the catch for out number 1.
Left field getting a lot of work in today.
Yeah. Seems like the wind's still, I think, mostly out of the south. Can't really get a good gauge. We got a lot of structures around us. But I believe the wind's coming out of the south.
We drew Becker up the hit, as his theme song's pretty kind of funny. Baby Shark.
Baby Shark.
Baby Shark. Can't go wrong with it.
Now that's going to be stuck in my head the rest of the evening. It's going to find the strike zone for strike number 1. Can't speak.
Can't go wrong with Baby Shark, though. Nice
It's
solid.
going to be foul ball down the first base line for strike number 2.
Very eventful day here at the Rock, as there's track, softball, and then baseball.
And baseball, yeah. A lot of people on the campus today.
As
It's going to be outside breaking ball for ball number 1.
As the throwing events behind us have wrapped up and is cleared out. But as you can see in the background, there's lots of running, I'm assuming, running and a little bit of throwing events over there.
Be a shot up the middle. Second baseman fields it cleanly, makes the throw in time. So that will be out number 2. Second baseman getting a lot of work over there today.
Definitely. It'll be number
Next up,
17, Brock
number
Lubers.
17,
So pitcher on pitcher
Brock
here again.
Lubers.
Last time Brock was up, he happened to hit, I believe, a pop-up fly out to shallow center field.
That breaking ball is going to find its way into the zone for strike one. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please put down in the comments below who you're watching or where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. We'll give you a shout out on the broadcast. So Zach Metcalf over on YouTube said, let's go Rock, watching from the track meet. Thanks for watching with us, Zach.
Nice draw. He dropped the ball out in center field as Brock goes for second.
And that will be an error, but a runner on second for the Mustangs.
As we talked about, the wind really affects, how the ball goes. As the center fielder really had a good, what's it called? Just really good tracking on it. And then when it comes down, the wind just helps pushing it, just really kind of out of reach.
That and the sun is in your face.
Oh yeah.
If you're on defense, especially out there in the outfield, the sun is directly in your face. So anything coming into the air, it's going to be a challenge for sure. You've got the wind and the sun to deal with. Makes it a tough play out there in the outfield.
Looking to still score here for the Mustangs.
Breaking ball is going to find its way for strike one. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Mustangs lead at 3-0. Swinging strike two there. Good fastball. Sleepyonic sitting at 51 pitches.
So pretty high in the pitch count already, just in the bottom of the third inning. We'll see if he'll how far he'll go in this game.
That breaking ball can't quite find the zone. Ball one. And swinging strike number 3. So Mustangs strand one here in the bottom of the third, plate 0. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to The Rock as we get underway here in the top of the fourth. Up for the Marysville Bulldogs is number
8. J.T. Becker.
Yeah, ball's going to be out of the zone for ball one.
Up next will be number 3, Grant Hafley.
Yeah, swinging strike one there. Over on YouTube, Kelsey says, here we go, Mustangs, here we go. Thanks for watching with us, Kelsey. It's going to be swinging strike number 2. So quick 1-2 count here for Lubers, who's setting at 42 pitches through 3 complete. And that breaking ball is going to miss the zone for ball number 2.
Looking to get his 8th K, as he already has 7. One more pitch, you can do that.
Be fouled straight back and out of play.
Today we're having a lot of foul balls kind of, in our vicinity.
Yeah, I'm glad to move my car.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Just had to replace the windshield on the other vehicle. Don't really want to do that again so quick.
What happened there?
That's going to be a shot out to center field. So the fielder's under it, makes the catch for out number 1. So quick 1 up, 1 down for the Bulldogs here in the top of the 4th. Number 3, Grant Hafley up for the Bulldogs.
Up next will be the pitcher for the Marysville.
There's a chopper over to shortstop. Shortstop fields it cleanly, makes the throw,
Yeah.
and it's in time, so they get the out for out number 2. Here in the top of the 4th.
Now batting number 34, Alex Shield.
Good defense for the Mustangs so far this game.
Alex Shield up to hit. Next will be number 17, Ty Moser.
Yeah, it's going to be a high ball 1. It's got some zip on it, though.
Heard the glove pop from back here.
That's going to be a shot out to right field. Right fielder's under it and drops
it.
the ball. So
That'll be
with 2 outs, Bulldogs have a runner on first.
that'll be considered
Now
the
batting
second
number
error
17, Ty
for
Moses.
Mustangs on the 9th.
Again, that outfield, I mean, we've seen it on both sides. It's windy and the sun is directly in their eye line, or in their field of vision, as that breaking ball is going to be high for ball 1. So it's definitely one of those things where you can be tracking it, and if it goes directly into the sun right before you catch it, you just got to kind of put out your hand and pray that
Oh yeah,
you catch it.
as some coaches say, you know, squeeze the glove.
It's swinging strike number 1. And swinging strike number 2.
What are we thinking for pitch number 3?
I'm thinking high fastball,
Yeah,
right about shoulder height, maybe.
swinging or looking?
Swinging.
Swinging. And you were right.
There's a breaking ball, but that will be out number 3. So the Bulldogs strand 1 here in the top of the 4th. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network.
Leading off for the
Welcome
Mustangs,
back to
number
The Rock
15, Noah
as
Valverde.
we get ready for action here in the bottom of the 4th. Number 15, Noah Valberg, up for the Mustangs.
Up next will be number 1, Peter Martini. First ball is
And that's going to be a shot out to left center field.
banger.
And it's going to get down for extra bases here as Valberg rounds second, and he's going to hold up there for a stand-up double to lead off the Mustangs here in the bottom of the 4th.
Already first pitch
Next up for
crushed
Mustangs,
out to
Peter Martini.
left center field. What a nice solid hit. We'll see if Peter Martini will put down a bunt. as he's really well known for his sacrifice for the Mustangs.
Sure, that last bunt by Peter Martini turned into a couple overthrown balls and an RBI, and Peter was one.
And he does just that, puts the bunt down.
Puts a beautiful
And
bunt down to first.
No one's there at first.
The second baseman didn't cover first, and a little bit of a defensive mix-up by the Bulldogs, and that will lead to runners at first and third for the Mustangs to lead off the bottom of the fourth. No outs.
As we just talked about, that'll be a second inning. The same thing just happened as we just witnessed. Peter got the bunt down, and
there's a softball made its way onto the field. Don't know if that was a foul ball or what, but
as I had to.
Number.
It'll be Daniel Weisbender.
33, Daniel Weisbender up for the Mustangs. Slupionic checks the runner back at first, back in time. Expecting to see a steal here to second. Slupionic checks him again over at first.
Really keeping Peter honest. Which for a pitcher, with a really speedy person at first base is a really good thing to do.
And that's going to be a hit by pitch. So that'll load the bases here in the bottom of the fourth. No outs for the Mustangs. And that'll bring up number 4, Wyatt Wells for the Mustangs. We'll see what Wells can do here. One well-hit ball. Scores 2 for the Mustangs. Sleepyonic setting at 56 pitches. See how much longer his coach elects to keep him in the game. It's going to be a ball low for ball 1.
Big moment here for Wyatt Wells as bases loaded. One hit can really boost your team's morale. I mean, not morale, just base runs and scoring.
That curveball finds its way into the zone for strike 1.
But at the same time, no outs here. Just make contact with the ball.
Hard ground balls probably score at least 1.
Oh, definitely.
And that ball's going to be in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher. Runner steals home, and he's in there. So Mustangs score 1 on a pass ball. Runners advance to second and third. No outs here in the bottom of the fourth.
We have a time on the field for the catcher to get his stuff on. As now bases are not loaded. It's 4-0. Bottom of the fourth.
Marysville coach staying in the dugout thus far. And that's going to be shot out to left field. Left fielder's tracking it. Looks trouble.
Over the fence.
And it's going to go over the fence for a ground rule double. So that will score only 1 for the Mustangs.
It will score 2, actually, as Daniel Weisbender.
Yep, they're going to advance him home. So bases clearing, ground rule double. And that'll bring up number 18, Donovan DeVita for the Mustangs. 6-0 is now your score here in the bottom of the fourth.
The Marysville head coach elects to keep the pitcher on the mound. What's your opinion on that as a head coach?
I mean, it really kind of depends on your pitching staff. If you don't have
the depth, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have the depth, you want to keep your starting pitcher obviously for game number 2. You don't want to throw him this game. It's going to be called strike 1. And, it is only the bottom of the fourth, so you still have three more innings to go. So the coach is probably just trying to see if Slupionic can get himself out of this inning, some character development, as that ball's going to be fouled back for strike number 2.
Yeah, definitely. Including when you're the away team, you don't really bring everybody, so you're just kind of relying on what you got.
Yeah. Matt G says, see you Tuesday, Cody. Looking forward to it, Matt. Matt G, a alumni of Rock Creek, graduated in 07, 08.
That'll be a K.
And that'll be out number 1 for the Mustangs.
That'll be.
Next up for the Mustangs, number 12, Jordy Scott.
That'll be Sloop Leonic's second K on the day. So
Good fastball there for strike one. Oh, 9. Excuse me, Matt. Sorry. Matt was a decorated athlete at the Rock. And that's
Solid
going to be a
hit.
shot out to second base. Second baseman knocks it down and gets the throw over in time for out number 2.
what a play by the second baseman. Gets the ball, like knocks it down, keeps his composure, and gets the ball to first.
Reminds me of the shortstop for Concordia last week.
Concordia.
Yeah, anything that the Mustangs hit towards the shortstop last week was immediately eaten up and thrown over to first for an out.
Concordia played a really good game versus the Mustangs.
They did.
Minimal mistakes. Even in game 2, they gave the Mustangs a run for their money, but sadly, Concordia's undefeated season has came to an end as they beat them 4-3. Solid hit.
Nice hit out to shallow center field. Almost bounces over center field's head. Doesn't matter. The runner is going to score, so that'll be an RBI single for Drew Becker.
It'll be 7-0 here.
So 2 outs here in the bottom 4th. Mustangs putting on a show. I've played it 4 so far this inning.
Last time Brock Lubers was up, he hit a far center field ball, but the center fielder could not bring it in, so he got a double. So he is 1 for 2 on the night so far. Sloop Leonic with 66 pitches here. Be a ball low.
1-0 is your count. And that breaking ball will not find the zone for ball 2. Want to remind you guys, the run rule is 10 runs if the home team is ahead after 4.5 innings, ahead by 10 after 4.5 innings, as that's going to hit Lubers, and the Mustangs will have 2 runners on base with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Number 6, Riker Zeller, up for the Mustangs. So 10 runs after 4.5 innings if you are the home team, or 10 runs after 5 innings if you are the visiting team. And looks like that might be all she wrote for the starting pitcher for the Bulldogs, Dakota Slepionic. Let's see what Coach likes to do here. Could just be coming out to have a little chit-chat with his starting pitcher. Either way, we're going to step aside for a second. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to the Rock, as Slepionic is going to stay on the bump for the Bulldogs.
I really like the decision here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. I mean, there's really no point of, bringing out a pitcher unless you're really in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, if the game was closer, I could definitely see him getting pulled as it's going to find its way across the plate for strike 1. Yeah, when you're down 7-0, the argument could be made.
Oh, yeah.
You want to limit the number of runs that the Mustangs are getting, but if you don't have a very deep as it's going to be low for ball one. If you don't have a deep pitching staff, then you don't really want to necessarily burn through a pitcher in game one. We could have him in in game two where you hope to be more competitive.
Oh, yeah.
And that's going to be low for ball two.
If this was a college level, definitely would probably most likely be pulled. But, as high school is, you just let the players play, come through adversity here,
Yeah, and we don't. And I mean, did the Bulldogs play earlier this week?
Yes, they did, as they played Abilene at Abilene, and they sadly lost both games. Game 2, they lost 16-5.
Yeah. So they might be down a few pitchers after Tuesday's game. And that ball got across for a strike, and that's going to be low for ball three.
So full count here.
Full count. Runners on first and second. They're going to be on this next pitch. Both base runners will be running.
They take off.
And it's going to be swinging strike number 3 for out number 3. Here in the bottom of the fourth. Damage is done, though. Mustangs plate 4. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
Overwhelmed with receipts, invoices, payroll, and balancing your books? Keeping your financial records organized can be time-consuming and confusing. Contact Cheryl with Sunflower Consulting and Bookkeeping. She provides expert services to help your business stay on track. She ensures your books are ready for tax season, avoiding any last-minute stress. Call Cheryl for a free consultation at 785-506-4008. Reliable, professional, and affordable bookkeeping services you can count on.
Welcome back to The Rock as we get underway here in the top of the fifth inning.
It's his number 18, Ty Hager, up to hit. Next will be number 23, Jordan Miller.
The ball's going to be outside for ball number 1.
As Lubers has 53 pitches here in 5 innings.
Didn't find the zone. Ball 2. Bulldogs looking to cut in the Mustangs' lead here. And it's going to be a swinging strike number 1. Kind of seeing the Bulldogs struggle to keep up with Luber's pitch speeds so far tonight. Luber's throws hard, I believe, and that's going to be a chopper over to third base, but it's going to be foul for strike number 2. 2-2 is your count.
We're going to have a sweeping fastball.
Thinking a slider here?
You're thinking slider?
No, is that what you're thinking?
No, I'm thinking fastball.
You're thinking two-seam?
Two-seam fastball down the middle. A little high in the zone. He'll swing at this.
Nah, I'm thinking it's maybe breaking ball low. Low and outside. Yep. And finds...
Gets him! Cody just on today. I've only gotten one ball correct so far.
That'll be strike number 3 for out number 1 here in the top of the 5th.
Now batting number 23, Jordan Miller.
Jordan Miller up for the Bulldogs.
Next after him would be the former pitcher for the incorrect, sorry. It'll be the pitcher for the Bulldogs, number 29. Jeez, I just dropped my pen.
Dakota Slupionic.
Dakota Slupionic, thank you.
And it's going to find its way across the plate for strike number 1.
I have no idea why I thought they swapped his pitchers. That's probably because of the pitcher mound visit. But as many of you guys know, once the coach visits it twice, that means the pitcher must come out as the ball goes past the catcher.
1-1 is the count. And swinging, strike number 2.
Okay, Cody, you are so far predicting the strike 3 pitch. What are we thinking?
Change up low.
Okay, put you on it. You're on the hot seat. And that was a foul ball, so you get another opportunity here, Cody. What do you go with here?
I didn't see the pitch that he threw.
It was a changeup.
Change up.
Yeah.
He's going to throw him a fastball.
Okay.
Fastball
Fastball high, low.
at the numbers.
Swinging.
Oh, yeah, he's going to swing.
Okay, let's see it. And here's the pitch.
That's
And he drops strike 3, but gets him out. Cody is 3 for 3.
maybe 2 outs here in the top of the 5th.
Tell me, Cody. What side did you wake up on the bed today?
The right side of the bed, like I always do.
The right side of the bed is always right. Cody woke up and was like, hey, I'm going to predict 3 straight strike 3 pitches.
You know, I was a pitcher back in the day. I'm not going to say I was good, but I was a pitcher. As
Oh.
that ball gets away from him, and
That hit him?
it went off of the batter's bat. So that's
that
actually a
strike-
foul ball.
Yes.
That's why they teach you, starting at a young age, to get that bat down. Like, if you think his pitch is going to hit you, you need to get that bat down.
This takes me back to my rec days where many times the ball was way behind you and you kind of dodged it, but it happens to bounce off your bat. And
There's a
wow.
swinging strike number 2. So
I-
0-2 is count.
It's one of those crappy things, you know. The ball's about to hit you, and you just kind of forget to get the bat down. And
Yeah,
that
for
makes it a
sure.
Strike. Well, we have a strike 3 pitch.
Almost
I'm
based on balls and said it's a strike. And that's going to be, hit by pitch. But that was ball number 1. 1-2 is your count.
We're thinking fastball down the middle, swinging strike.
Nah, I'm thinking
Change up.
curveball here.
Oh!
Swinging strike 3 for out number 3. So the Bulldogs remain scoreless in the top of the 5th. We'll move to the bottom of the 5th. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to The Rock as we get underway here in the bottom of the 5th. We've got a new pitcher. It's going to be number 5, Cole Rangsdorf. Rangsdorf? Rangsdorf. And that's going to be low for ball number 1.
Just a reminder for you guys, the Mustangs, if the Mustangs score 3 more runs, it'll be a run rule for game 1. As they get a nice hit.
Shot down to left field, and that'll get down for a single.
Peter Martini up to hit, and both times he is 2 for 2, and both times he has bunted and has gotten to base. So we shall see. Oh, Jackson Pendle coming out for Noah Valberg.
For the Mustangs, number 1, Peter Martini.
We'll see if Martini bunts again here. It would be the appropriate situation for it. Third baseman has moved in.
Jackson Pendle's coming in. I'm predicting a steal here, which would make sense if they're
Think a hit and run here.
Yes, definitely. As he tries to
Check the runner back first, back in time.
Yeah, if I've done my memories right, every time Jackson Pendle has made an appearance as a pinch runner, he's pretty much been out there to steal. So and we
Martini
get the bunt
shows
down.
bunt and swinging over to third
Gets it.
baseman, makes the play.
And he gets there. He's safe. Peter
Hold-
Martini having a day with what's the word I want to call it? Just more like sacrifice hits. I'm gonna call it that today.
There you go. That was a throw, or excuse me, the throw pulled the first baseman off, so he is safe at first. Mustangs with runners at first and second.
Speed kills.
Daniel Weisbender up for the Mustangs.
Last time he was up, he hit a nice ball to the outfield.
That's going to be a foul ball down the first baseline. First baseman just unable to make the catch. So that'll be strike number one. It's going to be a hit out to left field. Left fielder's under it. And he makes the catch.
Nice.
Runners tag up but do not advance. So that'll be out number one here in the bottom of the fifth for the Mustangs. Number 4, Wyatt Wells up for the Mustangs.
Up next will be number 18, Donovan Nabita. Looking to get a nice hit here. That'll be a high
That's
ball.
going to be high for ball number 1.
Smart move here by Marysville as their former pitcher had a nice, it was high pitch count, but also at the same time, little kind of struggled towards the end.
That was a swing and strike number 1. And that breaking ball is going to hit him. So that will load the bases with one out here in the bottom of the fifth for the Mustangs. So you're going to bring up number 18, Donovan DeBita. And that ball is going to miss the zone for ball 1. DeVito with a chance to clear the bases and end the game here for the Mustangs. That's going to be a shot out to left center field, and it's going to get down. And that's going to play to least 2. Coach sends the runner from third, holds him up. So that will be a stand-up double, and will increase the Mustangs' lead to 9-0 here in the bottom of the fifth. Number 12, Jordy Scott up for the Mustangs. So a base hit ends the game here for the Mustangs.
Jordy Scott looking to do that.
That ball misses zone for ball 1. One out here in the bottom of the fifth.
That'll be a ball low.
And low for ball 2. And that's going to find its way across the zone for strike 1. 2-1's your count. Ball outside for ball 3.
So 3-1 count here. If you're Jordy Scott, you're just kind of waiting. You're not really
Setting fastball here.
Oh,
sure.
definitely. If you like it, you swing. If you don't,
And that was a breaking ball that was outside. So that'll load the bases here.
Drew Becker coming up to hit.
Next up for the Mustangs,
Baby
number
Shark
9,
Boy.
Drew Becker.
As we don't get any theme song, sadly.
I think the announcer was a little behind on the walk-up music there.
Drew Becker looking to either get a hit or walk to send that runner home to end game 1, but also the double play is still up for grabs for Marysville. So
High for ball 1. Outside, ball 2. And that breaking ball will miss the zone as well for ball 3. 3-0 count. A walk ends the game here.
sitting on fastball here for Drew. It's a nice.
Swinging, strike 1. Drew put all he had into that one.
wanted
Wanted it.
a home run or something.
3-1's your count. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
And that was
Be
ball 4.
Outside, ball 4, and that will bring a runner across the plate.
As that's end games 1, as that'll make it 10-0 for game 1, as the Mustangs will be 9-4 and the Bulldogs will be 5-4. So
That'll do it for us here, folks, in game 1. Keep it right here on the. Actually, we have a presentation of the Matt Becker Scholarship coming up here soon. So it looks like I think the team is going to go have a little chat, and then we'll have the presentation. Either way, keep it here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back as soon as they start the scholarship presentation.
Girl Scout, is a devoted family man, electrician, and passionate about baseball. Through sports, especially baseball. He played a pivotal role in efforts to build a new baseball facility at Rock Creek High School, tragically passing away on May 7th, 2020, while working on that very project. Matt and Becky's oldest son, Toby Becker, was a talented athlete, beloved teammate, and a compassionate friend. A 2019 Rock Creek High School graduate, Toby made school history by pitching a no-hitter in the state baseball tournament and continued his athletic career at Truman State University. Beyond sports, he had a passion for cars, investing, and travel. After silently battling and seeking help for depression due to trauma he experienced at the age of 14, Toby died by suicide in 2022 at the age of 21. His story now serves to raise awareness about mental health and encourage others to seek help and never lose hope. The Becker family continues their legacy by promoting youth development through baseball and advocating for mental health support and awareness. Becky, along with sons Zach and Drew, have felt the profound impact of the emotional and financial support from family, friends, and this amazing community after facing two extremely devastating losses. That support has never wavered. You are all part of their journey, and they feel they will never be able to fully express the depth of their gratitude for your ongoing support. As we approach the 5-year anniversary of Matt's passing, the family is excited to announce that, thanks to a generous donor, their small scholarship fund will be converted into a permanent endowment, ensuring at least one annual scholarship for a Rock Creek student or alum. They are thrilled to be able to honor Matt and Toby's memory in this lasting and meaningful way. This year, deciding who would be the recipient of this scholarship was especially difficult, as all the applicants are close to the family and part of Drew's graduating class. Guided by the question, what would Matt Becker do? The family is honored to award the 2025 Matt Becker and Toby Becker Scholarship to the following recipients. Riker Zeller, Cooper Sieben, Colton Kleeken, and Mac Lee. Each will receive a $1,000 scholarship in recognition of their strength of character, community involvement, and commitment to making a difference. These students will carry forward Matt and Toby's legacy of giving back and advocating for mental health. Congratulations, Riker, Cooper, Colton, and Mac. Your futures are bright, and your journey forward honors a legacy of love, leadership, and hope.
Welcome back to the Backroads Broadcasting, as it's Game 2, Mustangs versus Marysville, as Rock Creek won 10-0 in Game 1, looking to sweep the Bulldogs in Game 2, as it is Riker Zeller up on the mound for the Mustangs, and it's a 1-1 count here. It's number 8 up to hit for the Bulldogs, which will be JT Becker. Up next will be number 3, Grant Hafley. And that'll be the first K of the night for the Mustangs.
Now batting number 3, Grant.
As last game, Lubers ended his game with 7 Ks, so pretty good for him. It's number 3 up to hit, Grant Hafley, sorry. Up to hit next will be number 34, Alex Scheel. That'll be a little bit low. Mustangs are now 9-4, and the Bulldogs are now 5-4, as the Bulldogs are looking to not be swept by the Mustangs, and the Mustangs are looking to sweep the Bulldogs in this game too. Really exciting game for both teams, as Cody has just rejoined us. How we doing, Cody?
Doing all right. Sorry about that. Ran into an old friend, Tyler Jackson from Tyler and Megan in the Morning.
Yeah.
Which completely blew
me
Xander's
away.
mind.
Yeah, it blew me away. I'm not gonna lie. I looked at him as a celebrity when I was you guys.
I mean, he was a local celebrity for sure, and
Believe
still
it-
is.
Believe it or not, viewers, when this guy was doing his morning show, I was in the 6th grade, and you guys are probably thinking right now, oh my God, that is so long ago. And it is.
I mean, yeah, it's been, 11 years?
11 years, yes. I looked up to him.
No, not 11 years. No. It's been, 11. It's been 5 years, I guess.
Yeah,
It's going to be drop third strike and throw down first, and that'll be out number 2. So quick 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the first for the Bulldogs.
now can I say I met a
So I'm
celebrity?
going to bring up, it's going to be up number 34, Alex Scheel for the Bulldogs. Yes, Xander, you can say that you met a celebrity.
Thank God.
Tyler Jackson of Tyler and Megan in the Morning previously, and now the Manhattan City Lifestyle magazine.
What a really cool guy. He's a really nice guy, came up, shook both of our hands,
It's going to be shot out to center field. Center fielder is backtracking and can't quite make the play. Had it in his glove, couldn't squeeze it. So that will be a 2-out double here in the top of the first. I say that was probably an error. I don't know. I teetered on that one because that was pretty deep. Sun was in his face, but he did have it in his glove.
Yeah, I did touch his glove. He could have caught that. Yeah, we'll call it an error.
We'll defer to the official scorekeeper.
Yeah, we'll let the scorekeeper call it what it's called.
And they'll have a runner in scoring position for the Bulldogs with 2 outs here in the top of the first. Nice breaking ball there that finds the zone for strike 1.
Sorry I didn't do my little pregame I was going to do before we start this, but
We were starstruck.
yeah, starstruck by the celebrity. Point being, so for this game 2, Mustangs obviously looking to repeat what they did game 1, just score, do what they do best. Marysville, other hand, last game, Cody can agree with me on this. Pitch selections probably were not the best. Discipline, just in general, was not the best. This game, as every coach does best, we adapt, overcome, and we calm down, settle down, and find our stride. As we can already clearly tell from last game to this game, Marysville did not start off this hot, and as they already have a base runner at second base, so already starting off really well compared to first game, and they're looking to capitalize with a hit here.
Well said, Xander. As that's swinging strike number 3 for out 3 here in the top of the first. So the Marysville Bulldogs strand 1 in the top of the first. Keep it right here in the Backroads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
Why did I buy land? I bought land to have fun. Just being outdoors is great. And I never had an exact idea of what this place could be, but you're always making it to fit your life, right? To get it to where we got it to. It took a lot of time and it took a lot of work. Not very many people can fix up a piece of property and make it be what it's supposed to be. But it's great because we did it.
Welcome back to The Rock as we get underway here in the bottom of the first. Number 34, Alex Scheel, is on the bump for the Bulldogs, and number 18, Donovan DeVita, will be up for the Mustangs to lead off the bottom of the first. Mustangs won game one, 10-0 after 5 innings. Look to do more of the same here. Bulldogs looking to stop them and split the series, as that's going to be called strike one.
The way the Mustangs are going, I do believe they would potentially be able to host sub-state. But obviously, they still have roughly
That'll be ball one.
4 weeks left of baseball. Oh, no, incorrect, 3. Their last game is on May 13th, so roughly 3 weeks
we're getting we're about a month out from the end of the regular season, as that's going to be a swinging strike number 2. Yeah, the Mustangs sitting at, what'd you say, 7-4?
No, they are 9-4.
9-4. Yeah, so Mustangs obviously not doing as well as they did last year. They finished the season, I believe, 25-1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. 28-1. Yes.
28-1. Yes.
Literally losing one game, and I believe that was to
Clay Center, I believe.
Clay
I think
Center.
they
Yes, Clay Center.
They split an away series with Clay Center.
Hey, but
And that's going to be called strike 3. So one out here in the bottom of the first.
I actually indeed talk about that on the broadcast. If you guys don't know, go follow Mustang Rewind on First School podcast. But I talked about it on there a little bit. With every team, including like last year's team at One State, to be able to have the discipline to win, I believe you must lose at least one game.
Yeah, it's going to be called a ball. I agree with that. I mean, you see that in all sports too. Like, anytime there's an undefeated team, like, weeks 3, 4, or 5, who cares? But the deeper you go into the season and you remain undefeated,
The less you
there's something that
is missing. Less.
well, not necessarily that. It's just there's something consistently there. Like it starts to become a big deal, and so teams they start thinking about the fact that, we're undefeated, and they start playing not to lose instead of playing to win. But yeah, the second that you lose a game and the possibility of an undefeated season's over, then there's no stress. It's going to be shot up the middle. Shortstop lays out for it, can't make the play, so that will be a single.
Yeah, going back on that, without a loss, you really don't have the feeling of how it feels to win. Like as we quoted on last game, winning is a privilege. It's not a right.
Yeah, you got to earn it.
I'm going to take Alabama, for example, is because we all know they're both a powerhouse. Losing is the stepping stone of every program in any history. Without a loss, you really do lose the feeling of, how it feels to win a game.
Yeah. And, and you can lose that drive because, just having one loss can kind of put the team back in check. Everyone can take a collective breath and say, all right.
And that'll make a really good
reset and get back to work.
That makes a really good post-game speech, too, because, once you're you have a really good win, say undefeated, and, after the game, your coach is like, hey, guys, I know our undefeated season's over, but you know how it feels to lose, right? And they're like, yeah. And he's like, does it feel good? And they're like, no. And they're like, well, now you know really how it feels to win, You don't show up there just to.
Here's a chopper over to second base. Second base makes
a
a play, but the runner is going to be safe over there at third, so good heads-up base running there. And The Mustangs will have a runner scoring,
Number 17, Brock
have a
Luber.
runner just 90 feet away from home plate, and that will bring up number 17 for the Mustangs,
Lubers.
Brock Lubers, who was the winning pitcher in Game 1.
7 Ks. That's a lot of Ks in 5 innings.
And that ball's going to go across for strike 1. I'd imagine Brock's probably what, 4-1 on the season.
He's undefeated.
He's undefeated.
He's undefeated. As far as I personally know from the
And here's a swinging bunt back to the pitcher.
that pulls him.
Pitcher makes play over to first, almost pulled the first baseman off the bag, but the first baseman gets his foot down for the out. So Mustangs strand 1 on the base, plate 0. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back for more action. Welcome back to the Rock as we get underway here in the top of the second. Number 18 is up for the Bulldogs, and that is Ty Hager.
Up
Excuse
next
me.
will be number 23, Jordan Miller.
And over on YouTube, Lisa Schreck commented, "Go Mustangs! Let's go number 1 and number 2. Or excuse me, let's go number 1-2, 12." Thanks for watching with us, Lisa. And there's a swinging strike number 2. So a quick 0-2 count here. That's number 6, Riker Zeller on the bump for the Mustangs.
I do believe Riker Zeller is up there with Rock Creek's one of Rock Creek's best pitchers, but
Yeah, it's to me a foul ball. Count will remain 0-2.
But to be in comparison, I do think Brock Lubers is one of the most specialists. I think an X factor for the Mustangs. I don't know, really talented player.
And batter wanted it, didn't swing, and it misses for ball 1. 1-2 is your count. No outs here in the top of the second. Just misses the zone for ball 2.
Note, Rock Creek did not walk a batter at all in game 1.
Well, now you're going to jinx them. You ever heard of the commentators or the announcer,
Oh, yeah.
the announcer jinx?
I have heard I've heard that and I've witnessed that.
And there's a foul ball. Count remain 2-2.
Trying to think of a moment where it happens.
Like literally all the time, especially like football. They'll say like Aaron Rodgers hasn't thrown an interception in
play later.
500 passes or whatever. Very next play throws an interception. They talk about the field goal kicker. Field goal
Oh yes, it's
kicker
field goal,
is
yeah.
9 for 9 on the year. Hasn't missed one inside 40 yards, and
Dang it! Oh, okay. I was
that's a ball. 3-2.
I thought that was it. I was like,
You know what? If he throws the ball in this next one, it's your fault.
Yeah,
it's
it's my
not
fault.
his. So they might as well take it out of the scorebook.
yeah,
Write Xander Dick down
guys.
as responsible for the baseline balls, because that's another foul ball.
You have to write a formal. I'm about to do that formal apology when the MLB.
No,
person.
no, do not bring that up. Everyone knows what you're talking about. So full count here at the top of the second, no outs. There's a chopper out to second baseman. He makes play cleanly, throws it to first, and gets the out.
Luckily, I do not have to do that.
One out here at the top of the second.
Great play there by the second baseman.
I've just been made aware that some comments that I made their way out over the airwaves. So I just want to say that I'm sorry.
And who was the guy who hit the home run? And he says, was it Aaron Judge?
No, Castellanos.
As Castellanos hits a home run.
That will be deep to left. Yeah, that'll be, a home run.
The only reason I know about that was because of a classmate, Curtis Martini, by the way. Brothers of Peter Martini. And I think other Martini. Yeah, you brought it up in class and got him in my head.
And it's going to be called strike number 2. So Zeller doing a great job of starting ahead in the count. Quick 0-2.
Defensively, I do believe the Mustangs really have a great defense with Peter Martini, shortstop, and that'll be an out.
Seals down to first base, and the first base umpire says he went. So that's strike number 3 for out number 2 for the Bulldogs.
For some little stats, little stats of the week for all the fans out there. The Mustangs, yes, they sadly have dropped out of the top 25, but do not worry, folks. With
top 25 power
rankings of Kansas, which we'll bring it back again. Yes, you guys probably heard this multiple times, but yes, the power rankings and just the rankings in general is all teams throughout the Kansas from 6A all the way down to 1A. So this is everybody. Yes,
Mustangs are still ranked in 4A.
Yes.
They just dropped out of the top 25 in all of the state of Kansas in all classifications.
Yes, and the 4A, they dropped down 2 spots. A little unfortunate, but hoping for the sweep tonight, and the former sweep of Chapman should possibly bring them back up to the top 25 rankings, but is all in the hands of the committee of Kansas. I'm going to call it that.
Well, it's Kansas State baseball coaches. It's like the coaches association. That's swinging strike number 3 for out number 3 here in the top of the second. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Overwhelmed with receipts, invoices, payroll, and balancing your books? Keeping your financial records organized can be time-consuming and confusing. Contact Cheryl with Sunflower Consulting and Bookkeeping. She provides expert services to help your business stay on track. She ensures your books are ready for tax season, avoiding any last-minute stress. Call Cheryl for a free consultation at 785-506-4008. Reliable, professional, and affordable bookkeeping services you can count on.
Welcome back to The Rock. Set for bottom of the second action here as number 15.
Noah Valberg.
Noah Valberg is up for the Mustangs. And that's going to be hit by a pitch. So Valberg starts off the inning.
Next up for the Mustangs,
Peter Martini.
With a hit by pitch.
And what do we have a story for him? As last game.
All right, so what's the over-under on a bunt here?
It's high.
It's high.
It's high. If you have any betters, strongly do not suggest them betting.
No. We can't even talk about that. No, don't even talk about it.
point being, last game, Peter, we're going to call him what's a nice word for him? We're gonna call him Magic Peter. There we go. Yep, bunt. Told you. Gets the bunt down.
Textbook bunt down to first. They're going to get the out, but Martini does his job and advances the runner to second. So 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Mustangs with a runner in scoring position. Number 4, Wyatt Wells, up for the Mustangs.
Yeah. But for the last game, Peter Martini, he placed down 2 bunts. First bunt being a bunt double. Second bunt being a bunt single. And his second swing was an actual swing, but that's hit by – oh, it's not. Sorry, I mislooked. But point being, he swung the bat, kind of got a little chopper out to third, and outran the throw the first, and got pretty I'm going to call that last one lucky for him. But, yeah, he's a – really love about Peter's mentality is he's really a sacrifice player. He really, doesn't think about himself but thinks about the team. Willing to get bunts down or just make the hits or whatever play needs to be done to advance the runner, and he's really is really good at that. And combine that with his speed is,
For sure. As the last pitch was a ball, 1-1's your count, and just misses him for ball 2. Yeah, Martini, yeah, definitely. He's the guy that you call on when you need a job done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Coach Steven knows he can say, hey, Martini, we need a bunt. And Martini goes, all right, I will deliver. And so far this season, anytime we've seen him asked to bunt, he puts down a textbook bunt, does the job, moves the runner, and then it's bonus points if you can beat the throwout first. 2-1's your count, 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Here's going to be a little blooper to the second baseman, tracking it, and makes the catch for out number 2.
Already the changes are clearly seen here from Marysville. Pitching staff really doing well, making the plays that need to be done. I do believe this game will be a lot more competitive than last game.
Number 10, Landon Snyder, up to bat for the Mustangs. I think this is the first time we've called on Snyder today.
Yes.
Making an appearance in the starting lineup. And that ball's going to be outside for ball 1.
It is actually, yeah. It's been a while since we've called his name. Yeah, game 2 is one of those games when you got, game 1 in the bag.
Swinging, strike 1 there.
You kind of just give the people, who are on the roster just some time to, play.
Runner goes. It's blooper. Out to short center field. Center field is under it. Makes the play. So the hit and run was on. Contact was made, but unfortunately just goes straight to the outfielder for out number 3. So the Mustangs strand 1 here in the bottom of the second. Our score remains 0-0 as we move into the top of the third. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to the Rock. Zeller on the button for the Mustangs, sitting at 27 pitches through 2 complete innings. And it's going to be a foul ball for strike 1.
It's number 9 up to hit, which it'll be Jacob Meyer up to hit. Next will be number 27, Grady Schrodel.
Schrodel.
Sorry. Had a little.
And it's going to be fouled straight back for strike 2. Again, Zeller starting ahead in the count. That is one of the biggest things you can do as a pitcher is throw strikes and stay ahead in the count and let your defense do the work. You don't want to, leave something out over the plate that, will be crushed into eternity. But you can't be afraid to throw a strike and put it in play. And Zeller does a great job of starting ahead in the count. So it allows him to open up his bag of tricks and use pretty much any pitch he wants. As it's going to be foul ball down the third baseline. Count will remain 1-2.
Yeah, compared to Blubers to Zeller, is we really have Brock's pitches down to what we think he's going to throw. Here he kind of have to learn what he's kind of throwing, as he's only really thrown one game since we've broadcasted for Rock Creek so far this season. So.
And here's a shot to shallow left field. Left fielder's under it.
And gets it.
And makes the play for out number 1 here in the top of the third.
So far with this wind, really hasn't been really disruptive as probably you may have been thinking. I mean,
yeah,
yes,
I think it's been responsible for probably 2 or 3 errors so far tonight between both teams.
But not as many as we probably may have been thinking.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen a couple of the Mustangs get some deep shots out into left center field, and you would think that the wind might push them over the fence, but we haven't seen that, as that's going to be fouled off for strike number 1.
We had a ball bounce over the fence, but
yeah, we had a ball bounce out for a ground rule double, which scored 2 there in the first game for the Mustangs. And it's called strike 2. 0-2's your count. 1 out here in the top of the third.
that just really shows how both teams have been really prepared to be playing in such weather today.
And it's going to be a little chopper out to the left
And he
field.
drops it.
Left fielder tracks it but can't make the play. Didn't squeeze it enough. And that will be an error.
Yeah, we'll leave that as an error.
And puts a runner on first for the Bulldogs here in the top of the third. I'm showing 1 out, but the scoreboard is showing 0 outs.
Yeah, it is 1 out. But that is 100% 1 out because they hit a nice little blooper out to left field.
Batter shows bunt here. Infield starts to shift. The runner goes, and he gets caught in a pickle. Throws over to second, not in time, so the runner will be safe. Catcher threw down to first. I think he delayed a little bit too long to get it down there, and the runner just took off for second and was able to beat out the throw. So 1-0 is the count, and the Bulldogs have a runner in scoring position.
Right, it only does still say 0 outs here, so.
It is for sure 1 out. Zeller checks the runner at second. Gets back in time. Dugout getting some confirmation from the umpire on the count. Swinging, strike 1. 1-1's count. 1 out here in the top of the third. There's going to be a little blooper out to shallow left field, and it gets down. And the Mustangs get the ball in. Not before the runner advances to second. So we'll have runners at second and third. That'll go down as a single and a stolen base. No. Go down as a single,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, it'll go down as a single.
It's been too long since I've kept a scorebook.
I've never kept the scorebook, so
Well, Wednesday when we go to the Royals game,
yeah,
it'll be strike one.
I have to bring one.
Yeah, the journalism class will be traveling to Kansas City Wednesday, and I'll be along with them to help chaperone to attend Kansas Association of Broadcasters seminar there in Kansas City. So it'll be a full day of seminars and classes for the high school students, chance to learn about sports commentating, everything sports related. And the day will be topped off with a trip to the K to watch the Royals take on the Rockies, you
The
said?
rest of the Rockies.
So that'll be some fun, and that's going to be called
Strike two.
Strike.
That'll be. Yes, as many of you guys know, the Royals are not playing their best ball currently, but I hope they will turn that around tonight as they play the Detroit Tigers.
1 and 2's count. And it's going to be a chopper to second. Plays May, tosses
And he is out
made,
at first.
and he's going to be out at first. But that will bring a run across the plate for the Bulldogs.
Now batting number 34.
So the Bulldogs are the first to strike and lead 1-0 here in the top of the third. 2 outs.
First point for them in the series.
Yes, as they were shut out in their first game. And breaking ball that doesn't find the zone for ball 1.
Zeller with 43 pitches here, just in the bottom of the third. It's a little concerning.
High for ball 2. And it's going to be a foul ball for strike 1. Yeah, I mean, Zeller is setting to 45 pitches through 2 2/3 innings. But we've seen Coach Stephen willing to leave pitchers in there for 80, 85, 90.
Oh, yeah.
Even, I think, 95 pitches?
Yeah, as we witnessed last week, Brock Luber's almost in 100 pitches. Which
Yeah. So, I mean, Coach Stephen will keep that's a rocket down to third base. Third baseman makes a play and gets over to first in time for out number 3. So the Bulldogs strand 1, but score 1 here in the top of the third to take the lead 1-0 over the Mustangs. Keep it right here on the Backwoods Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Overwhelmed with receipts, invoices, payroll, and balancing your books? Keeping your financial records organized can be time-consuming and confusing. Contact Cheryl with Sunflower Consulting and Bookkeeping. She provides expert services to help your business stay on track. She ensures your books are ready for tax season, avoiding any last-minute stress. Call Cheryl for a free consultation at 785-506-4008. Reliable, professional, and affordable bookkeeping services you can count on.
Welcome back to The Rock as we get underway here in the bottom of the third. Bulldogs first score in game number 2, playing 1 there in the top of the third. Mustangs look to answer here. That's going to be first pitch ball.
number 5, Palmer Martini. He started last game, but he did not get the hit with the DH of Drew coming in.
And it's going to be called ball. 2-0 is your count.
Up next, we'll be back to the top of the order with Donovan Dabita.
And as always, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, Please leave in the comments below where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. We'll give you a shout out on the broadcast. If you have any questions for us or just want to chat, leave a comment below. Always like to have some fun here in the spring sports season at the Rock, as it's called Strike One. 3 and 1's your count. Baseball is a little bit of a slower paced game, so we've got some time to kill. We don't have a fancy production team to bring up all sorts of, ooh, Zach nearly got him, but that will be ball 4. So lead off base on balls for the Mustangs. Number 18, Donovan Debita up next. Yeah, we don't have a fancy production team that has all these stats that we can start pulling or replays from previous games and stuff like that. So we've got time. We've got time. So if you guys want to talk, we got time.
We got a lot of time.
Pitcher checks the runner at first, gets back safely.
You know what really helps start conversations, Cody?
Hmm.
Is when we start, talk about like past history.
Past history?
Yeah, like we'll take for reference, for example, the basketball game versus I think it was Toganoxie.
Strike 1.
Me and Isaiah, where we talked about I'm trying to think, what's it called? The Goonies.
Yeah, talk about movies. There you go. Runner goes, and that's going to be hit by pitch.
That's back-to-back batters that are hit, and this will be Jordy Scott up to hit. I believe a bunt might come down, but we shall see.
Jordy Scott up for the Mustangs.
As the sun's fading away, starting to cool down to get the bunt down, but sadly goes foul.
Be strike 1.
So hopefully we get a little night game pretty soon, but we'll obviously see.
Yeah, I had a quick game 1. In between games, we saw the Matt Becker scholarship fund, or scholarship awarded to 4 Rock Creek players. The umpire tells the Mustangs to get back in the dugout. Only one allowed out at a time.
Oh, that's what that meant. Okay, thanks, Cody.
He was shooing him.
I
back in the
wasn't
dugout.
sure. I was just wondering why I went to the side. I
Shows
was like,
bunt, pulls it back in time. That will be ball 1. 1-1's your count. No outs here in the bottom of the 3rd.
I thought he had a little bit of Savannah banana in him. You know what I mean? If you guys don't know what they are a
Semi-pro.
a semi-pro baseball team who prides on making baseball fun for everyone.
Shows bunt here, pulls it back.
Solid
It ropes
hit.
one out to shallow right field. It gets down, and they get it in time. So that will be a single, but it'll load the bases with no outs here in the bottom of the 3rd. And with that, it's going to bring up number 17, Brock Lubers. Oh, excuse me. Number 9, Drew Becker is up for the Mustangs.
Fun fact for you, Cody. The Savannah Bananas are the only semi-pro professional team to play a college baseball team in the last summer, I believe. And guess who it was, Cody?
Clemson.
You are correct. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, it's going to find its way across for strike 1.
And I know this is not a great reference, but I was watching on TikTok, and one of the Savannah Bananas on their verified account has just confirmed that all the rest of the games of the year they'll be playing in NFL certified stadiums. Nice catch! Oh,
nice catch made there by the shortstop. So would have been real dangerous if he wouldn't have caught that. It could have been easily a double play there, as I don't think it wasn't high enough to be an infield fly.
Oh,
so
no.
he could have just not caught it and then threw it to second and then threw it to first.
Oh, yeah.
And that would have been double outs. But it'll go down in the scorebooks as a out. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Brock Luber's up to bat for the Mustangs. It's going to be called ball 1. So still bases loaded. But a double play ends the innings for the Mustangs.
Double play is up for grabs here for Marysville.
Yeah,
and hit by pitch.
Hit by pitch, so that'll drive in a run. So just like that, Mustangs have tied it here in the bottom of the 3rd. And that will bring up number 15 for the Mustangs, Noah Valberg.
On to the question here. I brought it up at the beginning of the season. How many batters can a pitcher hit at the high school level? I'm going off of my rec days. We were allowed to hit, I'm pretty sure, 4 batters, and then we were pulled from
You know
the
what?
game.
Let's ask Google.
Very important question, guys. As we can clearly tell, these are hitting batters. He's not intentionally hitting batters, but it is. I don't know if it's a rule or not.
There's
but.
no limit to how many that can be hit in an inning.
All right.
But you'd imagine after a certain number, especially,
Oh.
and that's going to be another
That's batter 4.
hit by pitch, and that'll drive in another run.
And we have a mound visit from Marysville head coach.
See if he elects to pull his pitcher here. We'll be right back. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back.
So a little mound visit there. I'm going to go off of what I think the coach told his player. Calm down. Take your time. No need to rush here, as the game is still young. We're only down by 1. No reason to worry. And I think his players probably said, yeah. Gave him a little pat on the back. And here we are.
So 1 out, bases loaded here in the top of the bottom of the third, as that's going to be a shot over to the shortstop. See if they can turn the double play, and they do.
Ooh, great.
So they
play.
get out of the jam, only letting up 2. So Mustangs plate 2, strand 3 in the bottom of the third. Mustangs lead it, heading to the top of the 4th, 2-1. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network.
Now batting number 17, Ty Mosier.
Welcome back to the Rock. Number 17, Ty Mosier, up for the Bulldogs here in the top of the 4th. Mustangs stranding 3, but plating 2 in the bottom of the 3rd. Regained the lead at 2-1. There's to be a little
Blooper out
Looper outs first, and Lubers makes the play for out number 1. So 1 pitch, 1 out. That'll help out the pitch count.
Oh, yeah. That's be number
As
8.
Zeller is sitting at 47 pitches through 3 complete.
Up next is number 18, Ty Hager. Next will be 23, Jaden Miller.
21. Good breaking ball there that finds the zone for strike 1. Be a shot out to right field that's going to get down for a single.
Good play out there by the right field. As I seen, he was wanting to dive for it, but he made the smart decision and just kind of like
Yeah, you got if you can't 100% make the play, you want to let it drop down in front of you and not let it get over you.
no reason to make an error when you can just allow a single and move on.
Yep. If you miss it there, dive for it. It's a double minimum. Batter starting to show bunt, and he does just that. Gets it down, right back to the pitcher, and they'll make the play over at first for 1 out. But he does his job and advances the runner to second. So 1 out here. Excuse me, 2 outs here in the top of the 4th, and the Bulldogs with a runner in scoring position.
Do believe in that situation, I don't know if a bunt's really necessary.
I mean, you want to take the double play out of it, and you're hoping that you get a runner in scoring position, and that your next batter can get a solid base hit here, as it's going to be a swinging strike 1 to drive in that runner up from second.
I've really noticed from Marysville hitting stance, I don't know if you picked this up, Cody, but some of Marysville's hits, not really hits or just trying to hit the ball, they really kind of step out of the batter's box and kind of swing.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
That's one thing I'm pretty sure their coach has seen that too.
Yeah, their feet aren't set, and they're kind of all over the place whenever they go to swing.
But so far this game is close. Nice, still young. Got a lot of baseball left.
And they're going to call that a strike 3. So 3 outs here in the top of the 1st. The Bulldogs strand 1. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back. As we get underway here in the bottom of the 3rd, number 4, Wyatt Wells up for the Mustangs. Yeah, it's going to be a ball low and away for ball 1.
Coach elects to keep number 34, Alex Steele, in the game after hitting 4 batters last inning.
It's going to be
a blooper out the 1st.
High, and he's under it, and he makes the catch for out number 1. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th for the Mustangs.
As the sun's going down, the beauty of baseball comes out.
Number 10, Landon Snyder, up for the Mustangs.
I'd like to see it out here.
Landon Snyder, one of the senior Mustangs on the squad. And it's going to be called ball 1.
I don't know if you noticed, but the home plate umpire has a pretty unique K sign, kind of just like a knock.
Yeah, you got to find your style, I feel like, as an umpire, Are you going to be the guy that punches them out? You're going to do splits? You're going to do, a backflip to announce that someone's out?
I've seen some pretty nasty strikeouts calls by the home plate umpire.
Here's a chopper down the line to the second baseman who makes the play, gets the throw over in time for out number 2.
This game is a very fast-paced game, as we already have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, moving through pretty
Next up
quick.
for the Mustangs, number 5, Palmer Martini.
Number 5, Palmer Martini up for the Mustangs. Yeah, I played catcher and rec ball, and my least favorite umpires were the umpires that like absolutely just yelled in your ear, like for strikes or for strikeouts.
It's like they leaned over.
Because like yeah, because I mean they are right behind you, and when they go, hey, that's going to be hit by a pitch. So the Mustangs with some life here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. Number 18,
Number 18,
Donovan DeVita up next for the Mustangs. So potential for a 2-out rally here for the Mustangs in the bottom of the 4th. Looking to add on to their lead over the visiting Bulldogs.
I don't know if just you or me, but I do feel baseball for just in general is one of the fastest sports to go by. It starts for high school. It starts like early April.
Oh yes, yeah. As far as as long as
I'm not talking about
season
MLB.
is.
MLB is a long time, and then like college baseball starts pretty much right when February starts and literally ends. As it
Runner goes down to second, throw is made,
and he misses barely.
and they're gonna call him safe.
The catcher beat the runner. Just the second baseman just didn't know where the runner was and missed. What a great play there by the catcher. Just
Unable to get the tag down.
unable to get the tag down. Yeah, but like college baseball, it starts beginning of February and literally ends that Saturday.
Called strike 2.
February. I meant May 17th is the last day of college baseball. So.
No, I thought they played the College World Series. In
Well,
like
I'm just
June.
talking about regular season in general.
Okay.
College World Series is at the end.
And here's a shot out to left
And he
center
will be
field.
sent
It's going to
home.
get down, and that'll plate 1. And that'll be a stand-up double. So with 2 outs, Mustangs plate 1 here in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting number 12, Jordy Scott.
Number 12, Jordy Scott up for the Mustangs. Two outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Mustangs looking to add on to this lead. And that's going to find its way into the zone for strike 1.
Nice little low strike in the zone. Always can go to that if you need something. Yeah, when I think of baseball, I think of Ennis School. I don't know. That's just me. Nice solid
It's
hit.
going to
And
be
that's
down the
fair!
first baseline that gets fair and by the first baseman. And he's going to turn that into a double. And that will be an RBI double as the Mustangs plate another run here in the bottom of the 4th.
What great contact
So
there.
with 2 outs, Mustangs have plated 2.
Nice low ball in the zone, and it just happens to get nice little contact off the end of the bat, and it just barely gets past the first baseman's glove, and just really just rolls off to on the foul line. I really love those kind of plays just because it's a little cheeky little run,
Yeah.
But also it really kind of hurts the first baseman or just really any position by that. But it'll be 4-1 here.
Good pitch there for strike 1. And there's a line drive over to second baseman, and he makes the play for out number 3. So Mustangs strand 1, but plate 2 here in the bottom of the 4th. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to the Rock as we get ready for action here in the top of the 5th. Waiting on
Number 20. Actually, it'll be number 29. Dakota.
Now batting number 29, Dakota
Slupionic.
Sorry, kind of sold right there.
I mean, you have it written down how it sounds. You have it written down how to pronounce it.
Slupionic.
Yeah, here's a swing and strike 1, foul ball.
Had a brain fart, you know. Have those once in a while.
You mean all evening?
Yeah.
Anytime that name comes up?
Yeah. We may know he was a former pitcher in game 1, as he will have the L.
0-1. And they're going to say that was a ball. 1-1's your count.
After him will be number 27, Grady Schrodel.
It'll be low for ball 2. 2-1's the count. That will be low for ball 3.
So for Dakota here, you're just kind of probably preaching on the fastball here, but the full count here most likely not going to swing. And
they're going to say that miss for ball 4. So Zeller's first walk of the evening, and that'll put a runner on first. No outs here in the top of the 5th for the Bulldogs.
I did not say it, but this is the first walk of the series for both any team. Well, just for Mustangs. Up next will be number 8, JT Becker.
That breaking ball finds its way inside for a strike. Yeah, we strike 2. So after a base on balls, Zeller finds his way back to an 0-2 count. Yeah, it's going to be low for ball 1. Great job by the catcher there to corral that and not let the runner advance to second.
Now that's got to be the hardest thing for a catcher to do, is try not to overthink the situation. When you see ball in the dirt, you know, and trying to just overdo it, just kind of just keep the ball in front of you and you'll be okay.
There's a little blooper out to right field, and that'll get down for a single. And Mustangs get it in time, so that'll put runners at first and second with no outs here in the top of the 5th. And Zeller is sitting at 62 pitches, so we're not deep into his pitch count. Coach Stephen comes out of the dugout just a little bit to pass some words of wisdom on to his infielders. So no outs, runners at first and seconds. And Zeller just misses outside for ball 1. And it's going to be low for ball 2.
Marysville looking to score this inning, to chop the lead down or possibly take the lead.
It's a breaking ball that doesn't find the zone for ball 3. 3-0's count, no outs here in the top of the 5th. Ball here loads the bases. And
ball 4.
That'll be ball 4. So 2 base on balls this inning for Zeller. And bases loaded. Number 3, Grant Hafley up for the Bulldogs.
See if Zeller can. Oh, we'll have a mound visit. by
Pitching coach is going to come out there and have a couple words with his pitcher.
Jordan Floyd.
And we'll step aside as they conduct this mound visit. Keep it right here. Zeller stays in the game for the Mustangs. This coach just went out there, had a few words with him, probably see if he can get out of this jam. No outs, bases loaded here in the top of the fifth. His batter calls time, and his time is granted. Base hit here, scores 2 for the Bulldogs. And it's going to be outside for 5 straight balls now from Zeller. Going to find the zone for strike 1. 1-1's your count.
Double play still on the table for the Mustangs.
Potentially even the coveted triple play. You never know.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a triple play in high school level, or basically any level of baseball.
It's going to be low for ball 2. Very rare.
Very rare. What's even rarer is if one player does it. That'll be a foul tip.
For strike 2. 2-2's your count.
Zeller looking to strike the K here. Do we go nice and simple, or do we do breaking? If you're at Marysville, I'm really shocked not to see a. And that'll be ball 3, so full count here.
So, all right, some of the rarest plays in baseball included the unassisted triple play, a natural hitting cycle, hitting 2 grand slams in 1 inning, and pitching a second perfect game.
Jeez, 2 grand slams already shocks me there. In 1 inning, and that'll be ball 4. Oh, it's
nope,
a K.
They're going to call that strike 3, so Zeller avoids the walk and gets the out here in the top of the 5th. Bases will remain loaded, but that'll bring up number 34, Alex Scheel, for the Bulldogs. Zeller setting at 72 pitches now, through 4 1/3 its inning. And that'll be strike 1. So the unassisted triple play has only occurred 15 times in MLB history.
What's the most recent one?
That's a good question.
15 times.
Let's Google him, huh? 1920, 2009 by Eric Bruntlett, second baseman for the Phillies.
Jeez,
I believe. No. Yes. And that'll be
foul ball. Yeah, well, Phillies, that'll probably be a record. I mean, not a record, a play that'll probably rarely ever happen. I mean,
yeah. And then natural cycle, that's whenever a runner hits a single, double, triple, and home run in that order during the same game.
When was the last time that happened?
There has to be a lot of questions. It's going to be a foul ball. You know, I'm just trying to give the people trivia.
We'll skip that one. I just really want to know. The biggest one I really want to know is when's the last time 2 grand slams have been hit in the same inning. That one really.
I actually just watched. Okay, so Fernando Tatis Sr. is the only MLB player to hit 2 grand slams in the same inning. This occurred on April 23rd, 1999, against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Just say I just saw. As they throw to third, almost get the runner. but he gets back in time. Yeah, so I just watched a TikTok video about that. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I just saw something about a 2 grand slams in the same inning. And that's the only time that's ever happened.
Fernando Tatis
Senior.
So
Yeah.
Fernando Tatis' dad.
There's going to be a pop-up. There'll be infield fly.
So no matter
and
what.
Libers makes the catch.
Even if he were to
Out
drop
number 2.
Even if he were to drop that ball, it would
Yes.
still most likely be an out. It actually not most likely. It will be an out because
Yeah, the second that he popped it up, an infield fly means that the batter's out, and then no matter what happens, it's still an out. That prevents the fielders from just on purpose dropping the ball and getting the double play.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and Fernando Tatis Jr. is the one that plays for the Pirates.
No, the Padres.
Padres. That's going to be called strike 1.
Yeah,
he was on the cover of what, MLB 24? 23?
21.
Has it been that long already? Man.
Yeah. 21 it has. Fernando Tatis Jr., when he came to the league, I really thought he was an electric. Now I'm just kind of on the Ellie De La Cruz kind of guy now. He's speedy, plays for the Reds. What could you want more? As I'm not a Reds fan, as we clearly know, I'm a Royals fan. What I'd really love to see, the Royals to get better. But we're early on in the season. Things can turn around.
And swinging, strike number 2. So after a dicey start to the inning, Zeller's found himself with 2 outs and an 0-2 count here with the bases loaded. One more strike gets him out of the jam. And here's a swinging
and gets
line drive out to the shortstop. He makes a play, just touches second, and the Mustangs get out of the jam. Bulldogs, strand 3, plate 0 here in the top of the 5th. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Why did I buy land? I bought land to have fun. Just being outdoors is great. And I never had an exact idea of what this place could be, but you're always making it to fit your life, right? To get it to where we got it to took a lot of time and it took a lot of work. Not very many people can fix up a piece of property and make it be what it's supposed to be. But it's great because we did it.
Welcome back to The Rock as we get underway here in the bottom of the 5th. Brock Luber is up to bat for the Mustangs.
Solid chopper out to shortstop. Shortstop gets it and gets it to first. 1 out. Next will be number 15, Noah Wahlberg.
1 pitch, 1 out for the Bulldogs here.
If you're Marysville, that's the formula.
That's what you want. Yeah.
Up next after Noah Wahlberg will be the speedy number 1,
Peter Martini.
Peter Martini.
Speedy Martini.
Speedy Martini, yeah.
There you go.
Like that. Cody's on fire today. Last game, he picked like 3 straight pitches for strike 3 Ks.
Yeah, that's going to miss the zone for ball 1. 1-0 is your count.
Now it comes up with a nice little slogan for Speedy Martini.
Oh, I'm sure he's got to be called that by his
probably
teammates.
is.
If not, bring that up on the podcast. Speedy Martini when you're doing your game recap. As here's a shot out to left center field that gets down for a
double.
Single, and that's going to be a stand-up double, actually. So Valberg with a nice double there to get the Mustangs started here in the bottom of the 5th.
Number 1, Peter Martini.
Speedy Martini up to the plate for the Mustangs.
It's a really good nickname.
You know what? Yeah, we're sticking with
We're gonna
it.
stick with it.
We're sticking with it.
It's almost as good as Tiger Johnson.
Tiger Johnson.
And if you guys don't know who Tiger Johnson is, he is the pitcher for the Hayes Indians as they played them in game 1.
Week 1,
Week
first
1,
doubleheader.
yeah.
Ooh, was Martini tried to get the butt down and instead has to dive out of the way to keep from getting hit by that pitch.
It's just a really
When I was
good
the kid.
name. Like, if you wake up and, like, have a kid and be like, hey, honey, I want to name him Tiger. Like,
Tiger is like the best of names.
yeah. But you have to, like, make it, you know.
I mean, you have at that point, the pressure's on to be a sports
Yeah,
guy.
you have to be, yeah.
Yeah, you can't be. Yeah, you can't have share the same name as Tiger Woods and not
Yeah, and not
be
good at
you know
something. Yeah.
peak. Foul ball, strike 1.
Like we just talked about, Fernando Tatis Sr., his son. I mean, he's good, but probably not as good as his dad. We'll say that. But like he earns the right to use that name.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, sure. Here's a foul ball over the right field fence for strike 2. It's 2-2's your count.
As my nickname in baseball was Big Juicy.
Big juicy, huh? Big
Yes.
juicy. Did you like chew juicy fruit or something?
No.
There's gonna be a pop fly out to shallow center field. Center fielder's under it, makes a brilliant catch out there, and center field for out number 2.
No, it was just the nickname I was
Next
given.
up
It
for the
just kind of
Mustangs,
stuck.
Number 7.
My last year of rec ball, I remember we were in Randolph, and the pitcher threw me a meaty fastball down the middle. I grabbed great contact off the bat. It went to the fence. I started taking off my bat, did the bat flip because I thought it was going over, and it hit the fence.
Number 7, Jesse Lee's up for the Mustangs.
Let's just say it was a little.
First time we've announced his name on this broadcast.
Yeah,
Junior for the Mustangs.
but baseball, I missed.
2 outs, runner on second.
Nice hit.
Nice ground ball that gets down the third baseline. That's going to score 1. And Lee's with 1 pitch gets a stand-up double and an RBI double to go with it. So with 2 outs, Mustangs plate 1 here in the bottom of the 5th.
Is that is
Landon Snyder.
as Jesse lies as wait, was it
I think it's Lee's.
Lee's? That's lies. I go to school.
Is it Lies?
It's
Okay.
lies.
All right.
That was the first time ever on our podcast we got to say his name, and the first pitch that comes his way, he gets get a stand-up. No, I guess
Broadcast.
I say podcast.
Yeah. So it's going to be
Broadcast.
outside for ball 1.
As he gets a sliding double. So good job for him.
Mustangs extend their lead 5-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Be
Nice
chopper
little
up the
chopper.
middle to the shortstop who fields it cleanly, makes the throw over, and it's in time for out number 3. So the Mustangs strand 1, plate 1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
Overwhelmed with receipts, invoices, payroll, and balancing your books? Keeping your financial records organized can be time-consuming and confusing. Contact Cheryl with Sunflower Consulting and Bookkeeping. She provides expert services to help your business stay on track. She ensures your books are ready for tax season, avoiding any last-minute stress. Call Cheryl for a free consultation at 785-506-4008. Reliable, professional, and affordable bookkeeping services you can count on.
Welcome back to the Rock. Getting ready to get underway here in the top of the 6th inning. With that, we have a new pitcher on the mound for the Mustangs. Number 4, Wyatt Wells, a sophomore.
Good to see another sophomore on the mound as first pitch is a ball.
Wells has a different arm motion, or arm position on his pitches, rather, on his delivery. Gets his elbow a lot lower to the ground, which is obviously much different than Zeller's delivery. So it'll be interesting to see how the Bulldogs pick up on that and adapt to it.
Kind of hit him with never know your next move.
Yeah. And that's going to be called a ball. So 2-1
I would love to
is
see.
your count.
Always love to see a high school pitcher, but I don't know if they'll ever really do it pretty much because I don't really think it's a proper way to pitch. Is how they get down like really low to the
Submarine.
ground.
Yeah, I mean, so there is a certain angle with your throwing arm that once you get below a certain angle, then it's not detrimental to your arm. Like if you're throwing sidearm but you're not getting low enough, yeah, you could definitely damage your elbow. But some of those like MLB pitchers, sometimes like man, their hand almost touches the mound on their delivery. Is it's going to be strike 3, out number 1 here in the top of the 6th.
As Marysville is down to their last
5 outs.
5 outs, yes. 5 outs. I don't know why it was.
Math's hard. It's fine.
Yeah, math's hard, guys. I'm sorry. I'm in algebra 2, and I can't count to 5.
Swinging strike 1. Number 23. Jordan Miller up for the Bulldogs.
Up next after him will be number 5, Cole.
And it's called strike 2. Quick 0-2 count here for Wells. And it's going to be low for ball 1. Not a bad spot to go. And swinging strike 3 for out number 2. So quick 2 up, 2 down here for the Bulldogs in the top of the 6th.
So 2 Ks for Jordy Scott.
Number 5, Cole Rangsdorf up for the Bulldogs. Freshman for them. It's going to be ball 1.
Marysville getting the freshman in. Love to see that.
Swinging strike 1. And that'll be called a ball. 2-1's your count.
Marysville down to their last 4 lives. Up next will be number 29, Dakota Slurplionic. Sorry. Mispronounced that again.
Called strike 2. 2-2's your count. 2's across the board. 2-2. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th.
The way it's going, this will be our first broadcast where the game will possibly be over before the sun goes down, which is pretty rare for us so far this season.
Full count here. 3-2.
But it's really cooled off here at the Rock.
And that's going to be ball 4. So 2 outs. Bulldogs have some life. Got a runner on first.
Now batting number 29, Dakota Slupionic.
So bring up number 29, Dakota Slupionic for the Bulldogs. He was starting pitcher in game 1.
As Marysville has a bullpen reliever coming out of the bullpen, where he'll most likely start on the bottom of the 6th for
Wells
Bulldogs.
checks the runner at first. Runner's back in time. Swinging strike 1. It'll be foul ball for strike 2. 0-2 count.
Looking to get a K. Should be 3 in this inning. And nice chopper out to third, but goes foul.
Count will remain 0-2.
Still looking to get his third strikeout in the inning. With 19 pitches. And
it's going to be low for ball 1. 1-2 is your count.
And strike 3.
That'll be out number 3. So the Bulldogs strand 1, plate 0 here in the top of the 6th. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to the Rock. As we get underway here in the bottom of the 6th. Number 5 for the Mustangs, Palmer Martini, is up to plate.
The Mustangs are possibly down to their last 3 outs as they are winning 5-1.
It's going to be ball 1.
So far today, both games have gone by pretty quick.
And it's going to be called ball 2. Number 8 for the Bulldogs, JT Becker on the bump. Yeah, it's going to be called ball 3. 3-0's count. And it's going to miss for ball 4. So leadoff walk to start the bottom of the 6th for the Mustangs. So we're going to bring up number 18.
Donovan, the Buda.
And it's going to be inside for ball 1. So 5 straight balls here. Runner goes. Throw is going to be down, but not in time. So put the runner on second, and that was a called ball. 2-0 count, runner on second. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. And that'll get across for a strike. 2-1's count.
He gets the bunt down. Does not. Gets a strike 2. 2-2 count. And it's really got nice out here as the wind's really calmed down. I mean, it's a nice little smooth pace.
And thought about it, but didn't swing. There'll be ball 3, full count. Yeah, it's cooled off nicely here at the Rock.
Wish you could have done that a little earlier, but, you know.
Clouds starting to cover the sun, and that's going to be a blooper out to right field. And that'll get down.
Runner
And
stay.
he's going for 2, and he'll get there. So that'll be a double in the scorebook. Mustangs with runners at first, or excuse me, at second and third now. No outs. 2 runners in scoring position. That'll bring up number 12, Jordy Scott, for the Mustangs.
After him will be number 9, Drew Becker. As they will have a mound visit for the Bulldogs.
Keep it right here.
The Backroads Broadcasting.
Welcome back to the Rock. As after that mound visit, starting off with a called strike. 0-1's the count. Yeah, that'll be low for ball 1. 1-1.
As the Mustangs have players at third and second with 0 outs.
And that ball gets away from him for ball 2.
What a beautiful day for all the sports around. Gonna mention the softball scores for any of you guys also wanting to, know the scores for softball.
There's a little dinker out to left field that gets down. Shortstop tried to track it down, couldn't get there, and Coach Sieben waves home the runners from second and third, scoring both. So that will be a double. And the Mustangs plate 2.
Becker.
Bring up number 9, Drew Becker, for the Mustangs. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. 7-1 is your score.
If the Mustangs happen to score 4 runs here, then that'll be run ruled in the 6th. But going off of the softball, as the Lady Mustangs won game 1, 2-1 versus the Bulldogs, and currently the score for game 2, the last time I have checked, and if I can clearly see over there, the score is 5-2. Mustangs leading by 3. So your little softball update. And for the softball early in the week, softball sadly did lose the series to Chapman. Game 1 they lost 2-1, and game 2 they lost 6-4. So they are officially 8-4. Same as the boys' record.
There's a chopper down the first baseline directly to the first baseman. He's going to make the play at first, but it will advance the runner to third. So Becker with an out, but advances the runner.
Number 17, Brock Lubers.
So 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th, and the Mustangs have a runner just 90 feet away. It's going to bring up number 17, Brock Lubers, for the Mustangs.
We have track wrapping up over there. Right.
And that's going to hit him. So runners at the corners with 1 out.
It'll be Noah Valberg.
Up,
Next will be
15,
Speedy
Noah
Martini,
Valberg.
as Cody came up with that little unique name. As
I better hear that on the podcast.
you better
Your
hear
next podcast, whenever
Yeah.
you get in the score recap, better
is-
hear it.
which is created next week, every week.
Mustang Rewind.
Yep, go follow.
Available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, anywhere where you get your podcasts.
Yeah, go listen to it. Leave a comment in the sections. Only nice ones. Don't really like negativity.
Speaking of, it's going to be a fly ball out to right center field. Right fielder is under it, makes the catch.
And
But
it's
the runner from third is going to make it home. So the one out, or excuse me, being out, but it does score another run for the Mustangs.
being RBI.
Now batting number 11.
Sack fly.
Jackson
Sack fly,
Pendle.
yes.
Number 11 up for the Mustangs. It's going to be Jackson Pendle.
Yeah, Cody, I'm gonna bring you back on for the podcast sometime before school gets out.
It would be fun.
As I got you on one, surprisingly, and this is pretty much what you got me on here with. You kind of surprised me one day, and I was like, "Oh, Cody, what are we doing?"
2 outs, bottom of the 6th.
Jackson,
Runner on base.
Jackson Pendle up to hit. That'll be his. He's been his name called a lot of times on here, but this will be his first time up to hit. With
Yeah, it'll be outside the zone for ball 1.
Mustangs 3 runs away from run ruling the Bulldogs.
Runner fakes like he's going, doesn't. And that'll be called strike.
Oh shoot! What happened to Speedy Martini? He also got subbed out for Jackson Pendle.
That's going to be high for ball 2. It'll be chopper down the third baseline, but it'll be foul. 2-2's the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th.
If everything goes right for softball and baseball, it'll be the first time this year. Both teams.
Runner goes,
And
and they're going to call that strike 3. So Mustangs plate 3, strand 1 here in the bottom of the 6th. Keep it right here on the Backroads Broadcasting Network.
welcome back to the Backroads Broadcasting, as we are on the top of the 7th, and Marysville is down to their last 3 lives, and we have number 4, Wyatt Wells, on the mound as we have a 1-0 count. We have 2 balls. We have 1 strike. As we're hoping to go as Wyatt Wells is probably most likely looking to go out with a banger with hopefully 3 straight strikeouts. But Marysville is trying to battle back here down by 7. Nice solid hit out to shortstop to Peter Martini and gets it to set first, and he is out. 2 outs remaining for Marysville as it'll be number 8.
Now batting number 8, J.T. Becker.
J.T. Becker. Up next will be number 3, Grant Hafley. As that'll be a little bit high ball. As I tried to mention in the last inning, as everything goes well, actually so far, as I just witnessed over there, softball has just swept Marysville 5-2. And if the Mustangs get these last 2 outs, it'll be the first time this year that me and Cody get to experience a sweep at home by both girls and boys, as that'll be a ball hit out to left center, caught. It'll be down to the last out for Marysville. As many of you guys like to know, I like to guess the last pitch if it comes to 0-2 or any count of 2. As we'll clearly see, as number 3, Grant Hafley is up to bat. As pitch 1 comes, it'll hit the batter, and we'll have a base runner on first base, as we'll have number 34 come up, which will be Alex Scheel.
34, Alex Scheel.
Alex Scheel looking to keep the Marysville Bulldogs in the fight. After him will be number 17, Ty Moser. Runner steals. Fallberg makes the right decision and keeps the ball. Beautiful night out for everyone watching at the Rock. As we'll have a 1-0 count, 2 outs. I assume the runner will probably steal third here. It'll be a foul ball, 1-1 count. In the pitch. Out to left field. And the coach sends the runner home. As Marysville will be down by 6 points. As it'll be number 17, Ty Moser.
17, Ty Moser.
As the Bulldogs have some life left in them. A ball outside. Have a ball low. It'll be strike 1. 2-1 count here. So number 17, Ty Moser. Up next will be number 18, Ty Hager. 2 ties back to back, kind of like it. So a ball low in the dirt as he gets sent to second. Now he goes for third. Noah can't find the ball. Three-one count. I was having a little confusion going on here with the pitcher as shortstop is coming out to talk to his pitcher, most likely telling him to calm down as we have a pretty big lead. There's no reason to overthink it. as he throws a ball low. And that'll be number 18, Ty Hager. After him will be number 23, Jordan Miller.
Now batting number 18, Ty Haggard.
As we're gonna we may have a pitcher change, as we will be right back on the Backroads Broadcasting. Welcome back to Backroads Broadcasting. As we're at the bottom of we're at the top of the seventh. Sorry, as Wyatt Wells is trying to get this last out here. We have a strike one to Ty Hager. And remember, Marysville is down to their last out. As one went down to the strikeout and one went out to a blooper to shortstop as a runner goes. Smart move for Valborg to keep that, as if he didn't get the out to second, the runner at third would most likely score. As the Mustangs are up by 2 here. Ball in the dirt. Two one count. And we have a strike 2. 2-2 count here. As many of you guys like to know in this situation, I like to choose the last pitch, possibly. Cody's listening. I'm going to choose fastball. Does just that! Strike 3! I'm 3 for 3 on the night, not on the night, with final endings.
That'll do it for us here. And game number 2, the Mustangs sweep the visiting Marysville Bulldogs, winning first game 10-0 and winning the second game 8-2. And the Mustangs will be back in action this upcoming Tuesday
versus
at
the
home,
Junction City Blue Jays,
facing another out of
State school
classification opponent. They played Hayes, who I believe is a 5A.
5A, yes.
And they'll have the
6A.
Blue Jays coming in on Tuesday. And that'll do it for us here at The Rock. Xander, do you have any parting words of wisdom for the fans?
Can't wait to do next week's game, as I've never got to commentate for a 6A game. I do think it'll be very exciting to do it with Cody and just do it with the fans who listen.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys very much for tuning in. My name is Cody Liming with Backroads Broadcasting, Xander Dick with Rock Creek High School Journalism. We got to go for now, but we'll BRB.